Mr. Samores, you're here on, is it Gale?
Mr. Gao?
Gao. All right. I'm going to call that case
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
once I find it. Here we go. All right. So we're on the record in docket 24L2889481. That is the city of Lansing versus, I'm correct my pronunciation, is it Xinyan Gao?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring, P 61969, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Samores.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter S'mores here on behalf of Mr. Gao, who was, of course, present, also present via Zoom video conferencing.
And once again, sir, you are Xinyuan Gao, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Gao was pulled over and written a ticket for expired license. He has since gotten a valid Michigan driver's license, so I'm going to go ahead and dismiss this.
All right. So dismissed without prejudice for compliance purposes, and this is on a ticket.
Correct.
Okay. Any statement, Mr. Samores, on that?
No, not at all. Other than just thank you, and thank you, Mr. Gehring, for your professionalism. Nice seeing you again. And Mr. Gao is very grateful, and he is in fact in compliance, and he's followed up accordingly. So I'm proud of Mr. Gao as well.
All right. So, Mr. Gao, this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to. But realistically, for our case, the case is dismissed. All right, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then you said the next one was going to be a plea, right?
Correct. We can, if you'd prefer to start with the 830s, that's fine. Mr. Williams is a 9, and he's
completely up to you.
So, okay, let's go ahead and get Mr. Williams out of the way, then we can start with the public defender docket.
And that is the pro per.
Correct.
Anthony Williams. All right. So Mr. Williams, all right. Grab that. All right. So we're on the record in docket in both of these cases, 24L289-833 and 24L289-8332. That is the City of Lansing versus Anthony Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
And sir, you are, first of all, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you are Anthony Williams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, we did adjourn this matter back on October 22nd in order to afford Mr. Williams the opportunity to hire an attorney. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful in doing that. I've spoken with him today, and he has determined that he is willing to plead to both the failure to display charge as well as the seatbelt charge.
All right, so the seatbelt charge that's a civil infraction, and the penalty for that's 135.
65.
165.
No, just 65.
Just 65.
Oh, just 65. Thank you. So 65 on the seatbelt, and we'll take care of that one after. The fail to display an ops is a misdemeanor.
Yeah, because it's payable $200.
And that's a $200 fine. And then, but that's I think, yeah, that's a 90-day misdemeanor. Is that
90-day, correct.
90-day and or $200. All right, so on the misdemeanor, I'm going to read you understand that the misdemeanor failed to display ops is a misdemeanor punishable, ultimately punishable by 90 days in jail and or $200 fine. Do you understand that, sir?
Correct, Judge.
I'm going to read you your misdemeanor rights. That doesn't mean I'll sentence you that, but that could be the ultimate fine. So you have the following rights in this misdemeanor case. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. You also have the right to counsel. You understand that, and you are not represented by counsel today. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor of failing to display an operator's license?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? I'm going to bring your attention back to September 11th, 2024, at the offense location of South Cedar at or near Homes in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Cedar and Homes in the city of Lansing, Ingham County? I have a Ford Black, 2007 Ford Black. What type of vehicle was that?
Ford Focus.
Ford Focus. All right. And at that time, you were operating a motor vehicle in the area that was open to the general public. Were you stopped by law enforcement? And at that time, did you have a valid? Were you able to display a valid license? All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
So I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made on that. And then on the seat belt, which is a civil infraction, at the same date and time, September 11th, 2024, at the offense location of South Cedar Homes in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, do you admit responsibility to not having a safety belt on?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I'll admit the responsibility to that civil infraction. Any reason we aren't going to, we cannot, or we're not going to immediate sentencing of Mr. Gehring?
No reason, Your Honor. We can do that.
All right. So, Mr. Williams, is there anything you'd like to say to me before the court passes sentence on this immediate sentence? All right. Do you have a valid license now?
No, I don't now. I'm not actually able to get it now. Now I'm not.
Okay. About how long do you have?
Until I'm able to go back to North Carolina. I just figured this out maybe a week ago.
All right. So you're going back to North Carolina?
Mhm.
And in North Carolina, that's where you'll be operating.
Yeah, so
you have to
basically
go
I
through
just-
their Secretary of State.
So yeah, I just have to pay what I owe. I didn't know that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's
All right. Anything towards the allocution of Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. For the fail to display, and considering that you are paying the $65 seatbelt fee, I'll submit a $150 fine. In order to make this, it'll be a $75 fine and a $75 cost. Okay. I'll break it up. So $75 fine, $75 fine. I'll waive any crime victims' rights or state fee. So that'll be $150 to the city of Lansing on the misdemeanor. Kilbruno, I'm not going to send you to jail over this. Okay, so there'll be a no jail. So it'll be $150 to the city of Lansing, and then that's compounded with the $65 to the city of Lansing for the civil infraction of seatbelt.
so I got a quick question. You're saying altogether it's just 150?
Yeah, so altogether it'll be, I'm going to give you the full price, okay? And then we'll figure out some time that you'll have to make the payment. So it's 150 plus 65, 215. So it'll be right at, so it's $150 and $65. It'll be a $215 price to the city of Lansing. Do you need some time to make that payment?
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
I can't pay it.
So 30 days?
less.
Okay, so by the end of the week or 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks.
Okay. So let's do it on, today is the 10th. We'll set it for the 24th.
And,
So the 23rd.
If I were to get it anytime before,
Yeah, it would be due on December 23rd. You could go in and pay it all off anytime before then.
okay.
Okay. So I'm going to give you till December 23rd for the payment of City of Lansing. And as indicated, you can pay that anytime before 23rd, okay? Anything else for the record in docket in either one of these tickets, 24L2898332 or 24L2893333, Mr. Gary?
Nothing for the city.
Mr. Williams, do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
I think we can go on Armstrong. That's also going to be a dismissal. We can
All
get
right.
that done real quick.
Mr. Williams. That's Dejana.
Correct.
That's on the ticket too. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23L2806863. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Dejana Armstrong. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring for the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Dejana Armstrong.
And Mr. Armstrong's not here, but we're waving her. Or she,
She's here
there she is
via
right
Zoom.
there. Mr. Armstrong, you're here on Zoom, is that correct?
Yes,
And ma'am, you are Dejana Armstrong.
yes,
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Armstrong?
yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this was originally a failure to display ops. She has demonstrated that she has her license and is fully licensed at this point, so I'm prepared to dismiss this.
All right. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. Based on compliance, we'll dismiss without prejudice, which means that the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, today the case is dismissed. All right, Ms. Armstrong?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 23L2806863, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Armstrong, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Who's on the Union count? Well, I guess we'll find out. Where'd you want to go next, Mr. Gehring or Mr. Lee?
We're thinking Mr. Burns set to go there.
CIs outstanding.
No, not that I saw. There aren't. Yeah, I think so. Is that? Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01173 and 24-01940. That is the City of Lansing versus Robert Burns. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Robert Burns.
And sir, you are Robert Burns II, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Oh, as you know, Your Honor, this one's been hanging out there a while. We've come to an arrangement where Mr. Burns will plead to the driving unlicensed charge, the 173 charge. And then on the 940 case, we will drop the driving while license suspended. We will dismiss that matter, and he will plead to a furnishing false information. What we would like to do is defer the sentencing on this. He is making strides towards getting his license. He just needs a little bit more time. If he manages to do that between now and sentencing, I'm going to be willing to drop the 1173 matter, the driving unlicensed. And if he's unsuccessful, we will sentence him according to those two. So that's kind of what we're hoping for.
All right, so we're furnishing the furnishing false information is a plea for today's purposes. And is that's file 2401940. And is that the misdemeanor plea?
Yes, Your Honor. They're all, I believe
They're
everything
both
here is-
misdemeanor.
Yeah, everything here is a misdemeanor.
And then the other one is driving, but we'll set a sentencing date. And then you understand Mr. Burns, you understand the ramifications of the sentencing date. This takes it off the docket, but allows you more time to garner whatever license ramifications you might have. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is. Your
All
Honor.
right. It's a plea to the driving unlicensed and the driving false information. Is that my understanding?
It's a plea to the driving unlicensed and the false info, correct?
Okay.
So
And then count 2 is being dismissed.
count 2 is being dismissed, correct? Count 2 of the 1940.
Right. And then we're going to set it out for sentencing, and then we'll revisit this at sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burns. So the driving while unlicensed is a 90-day misdemeanor, and or is that
200.
200. So
Sorry.
it's a 90-day misdemeanor and or $200. So that's the ultimate penalty you could face then. There's an agreement that we put this in delayed sentence, but you understand that by pleading guilty, that's the ultimate potential there. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then the following furnishing false information, the count 1 is punishable by
I have 90 days and 500.
90 days and or $500. Okay. So I'm going to give you rights on both of these. All right. So that is a 90-day false information is a 90-day and or $500. And count 2 would be dismissed in that file. Do you understand that? Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice rights?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right, so in both of these files, you have these misdemeanor files, the 90-day and or $200 and the 90-day and or $500. You have the following trial rights, and I'll walk you through those rights, right, sir? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's stated on the record, that we've stated on the record. And the plan is to put this in a delayed sentence status so you have some time to look at the ramifications for sentencing, okay? Or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and to plead guilty to the driving while unlicensed and the driving failing to furnishing false information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention. Let's start with 2401-173. And on that date, so that would be on April 15th, 2024, at North Cedar Street at or near East Cesar Chavez Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle open to the general public at that time? That was a 2006 Chevy? All right. And at the time you were operating it, were you stopped by law enforcement? And did you not have a license on your or never applied for a license at the time?
I did not have a license at the time.
Okay. All right. All right. Anything towards a factual basis on 2401-173, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And then as to docket 2401-940, on or about April 15th, 2024, were you operating a motor vehicle on 750 North Cedar Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County? And at that time, were you that area was open to the general public?
Yes, sir.
And were you stopped by the Lansing Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And did you fail to provide the officer with name and date of birth in violation of the local state law?
That is correct. Yeah.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis for 2401-940, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
And in accordance with the plea offer, upon successful completion of count 2 is dismissed on that one. Is that correct, Mr. Gehring?
That's the plan.
Okay, so let's set for sentencing. And about how much time are we looking at for sentencing? So we can, because it'll be a delay of sentence.
I need to go to the Secretary of State and clarify that everything that was holding me back from having my license is taken care of, which to my knowledge, I have handled everything since then, and see where to go from there.
All right. What do you think?
I could have a few weeks,
We can give you, I mean,
just in case there is
So-
any kind of extra
so
payments.
you want to put like a month out,
That's fine.
30 days?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. So 30-day date for sentencing.
We have 4 weeks, we have 7 weeks.
Let's try 4. Let's do 4.
4.
Yeah. Because if we set out to 7, I don't know what else will be. I don't know what else is coming down the pike in February. That'll be around January.
Yeah, it would be the end of January.
Okay.
January 6th at 10.
That's it. So we'll reset this for January 6th at 10 o'clock for sentencing. That'll be a delayed sentencing. The plan here, Mr. Burns, is to do what we can to get your license back. All right, because it's kind of a big deal, as you know. All right, so we're out to January 6th for you to get whatever information, and then we'll come back and see. And I think the city has shared that with Mr. Lee. Is that we'll see what's available to us at that time. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2401-940 or 2401-173, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burns, we're all set. We'll see you on that January 6th date, all right? Thank you.
Notice in just a second. I'm trying to find the
All right. So we'll give you notice for January 6th as soon as we figured out what we're printing. And the printer works.
I do know. Yeah, that's rare.
You can just have a seat in the
Okay,
back.
thank
I found it. It should be just
Find
a
it?
couple more seconds.
I'm sorry, we don't use it very often.
Get it together.
Oh, my.
Oh,
I think you're gonna go cover something else. If not love. Waste it.
I know, it's funny. It
I didn't think
is.
it was possible.
Well, the deal didn't say anything.
Oh, yes, he did.
Well, not to me.
Oh, no, it was me.
All right, is this Mr. Green?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400400. That is the City of Lansing versus Sir Trey Green, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Sir Trey Quandell Green.
And sir, once again, you are Sir Trey Quandell Green, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial, a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have agreed to dismiss the PA 53 contempt matter. And Mr. Green will agree to plead to a disorderly jostling in place of the assault and battery.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
We have reached a killable arrangement on no upfront jail for that as well.
All right.
That is applied to the court.
So we'll dismiss without prejudice the PA 53. And then this is going to be amended. Is this is the original on a ticket or a? So it'd be a amended count one. Disorderly jostling. That's a 90-day and or fine on that. 500? I can't remember.
I think that's accurate, Your Honor.
90-day on the jostling. I just don't remember. Maybe 250. Or 100. All right. Well, we know it's not more than 500
Yeah,
That's true.
because that's the assault and battery is 500. I think it's less. I think it's, yeah,
That would be wonderful.
I think it's 250.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Green, that's your understanding. You'll be pleading to the amended count one of disorderly jostling. It's punishable by 90 days and or ultimately of $500. And there, did you indicate, Mr. Gehring, is there a Killebrew agreement?
There is, Your Honor.
Right. And what is that Killebrew agreement?
It's just no upfront jail.
So there is an agreement between the lawyers, and correct me, Mr. Lee, that you receive no upfront jail in regards to any sentence that the court passes. And we'll leave it to see if this is going to be reviewed by probation. But so the agreement. So if I was going to sentence you to any upfront jail, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We ever figure out if that's
It says no set penalty.
Okay.
That's not helpful
all right.
under the.
All right.
Ordinance.
So I'm going to read you your misdemeanor jury trial rights in this matter, since this is the disorderly person is a 90-day misdemeanor. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented by Attorney John Lee, and he'd be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you please accept you to give up the claim, the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the disorderly conduct?
Today, correct?
Yeah, today.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on a penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring your attention back to February 13th of 2024 at the vicinity of 420 South Grand Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you physically present on February 13th, 2024 at 420 South Grand Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And at that time, were you acting in a way in the city of Lansing that would make you a threat to somebody else or a threat to yourself?
Correct.
What were you doing?
It was a situation that my mail got sent to someone else's house, and I found out that was the person that the mail went to. And
Then it
I
kind
was
of,
altercation, but it wasn't no actual physical punching or any scars or marks. I just grabbed him by his sweater.
and he didn't want to be grabbed,
Correct.
and it wasn't an accident.
Correct.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Is there a request for immediate sentencing, or should this be reviewed by probation?
I would prefer this one be reviewed by probation, Your Honor.
I think because of the nature of it, it's probably going to be reviewed by probation. It starts out as an A and B, and that'll give us the opportunity to look into what had happened, although you've pled to disorderly. So let's have probation review. And this could just be a formality, but they'll probably want to talk to the individual. They want to talk to Mr. Haraberta, if available. So the probation's on the 5th floor of this building. You should go down, and they're gonna ask a bunch of questions, and they're gonna prepare a report for me. All right, and then we'll see what options we have at sentencing. All right.
Yes, sir.
So sentencing date of
February 3rd at 1:30. Found the penalty is
250. Feeling it was 250 because I think it cuts in half. So the disorderly is less than 500. It's 250.
Oh, excellent.
All right. February 3rd at what time?
1:30.
1:30. So go see the probation department, set it all up, and then we'll see what options are available for us February 3rd at 1:30. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in docket 2400400, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Green, you'll be all set. Thank you for your appearance
Thank
today.
Judge, we do have an interpreter here for Mr. Lopez Argueta. He's in the hallway,
Should we go on that?
but I'm not sure if Mr. Lee has
Yes.
spoken to him.
Mr. Lee, have you spoke with Mr. Lopez Argueta?
Sorry.
Has Mr. Lee spoken with Argueta Lopez? He probably needs the interpreter to help him communicate, I would think.
Yep, hold on 1 minute. No, I have not spoke with
All right.
Mr. Lopez Arguero, and yes, I think he does need an interpreter.
And she's here,
Okay.
but you may have, do we have a case in front of that one?
We can handle Mr. Heratic right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Herbatic.
Correct, sir. Joshua Heratic.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03496. That is the city of Lansing versus Joshua Herbatic. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joshua Rovatic.
And sir, you are Joshua Herbatic?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the H silent or
Harvard.
Harbatic?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to amend discharge to a breach of the peace.
And is that a fair statement of Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
That's the city civil infraction?
Correct.
Thank you. That was my next question. That's $150 to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client for the civil infraction of breach of the peace.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Just so we know and that's your understanding, Mr. Herbatic? Is that a yes?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. All right, so we're working from the same ticket. This is for ticket L289193 for events that occurred on November 26, 2024 at 1140 South Pennsylvania, at or near Hayco Drive in the city of Lansing. Do you admit responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that date and time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll fine it $150 to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes,
2 weeks.
30 days, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll do 30 days just to be safe to city of Lansing, and we'll get you a date here.
January 9th.
January 9th will be the date that the whole $150 are paid. You can pay as much as you want as long as it's all paid by that date. And that'll keep you out of the show cost cycle because you want to stay out of that cycle. All right. Anything else for the record in 24-03496, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can get notice from my court officer. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Herbat.
Thank you.
And did you want to talk to? No, she's writing back, the interpreter.
Johnson.
And
That's the
he,
interpreter.
He's in the hallway.
and he's in the hallway.
He's in the hall.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can speak with her.
So, ma'am, what's your name?
Susana Villarreal.
Villarreal. I think Mr. Lopez Arqueta is outside, and he might need some communication with his lawyer. So you can go outside with Mr. Lee.
But your lien system, so she does have one,
Yeah. And she did at the time.
right?
I don't know what the proof of insurance situation is, but she shows.
I'm gonna go run.
If she's got it, she can show me. Insurance on that too.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, it looks like I'll need a minute to talk to a couple of people, Your Honor.
All right. Start with Miss Lopez Argueta, just because we have the translator here, and we'll go from there. And then just let me know who else you need to talk to.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Where's Megan?
She ran out the,
That Williams file.
Can you mute us before you go?
Yes.
It's a ladder. It's cutting lines. All right, man, you can go ahead and head back, man. I don't know what happened. Huh? Yeah, you can head back. Oh.
Your Honor,
So we just lost Mr. Idris.
I was just gonna ask a. He's a Sudanese Arabic interpreter. Do
Who
we have,
does?
Mr. Idris does?
We've never used one in all of his cases.
Mr. Idris, we're gonna place you in a room with your public defender so you can talk to him, and then we'll come out and put it on the record. All right, sir? So your lawyer's gonna talk to you.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, Mr. Lee, you're here. I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Mr. Idris. Are you representing Mr. Chapman today?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. I don't know that you have received an appearance from us yet. I was informed yesterday around 5:30 that we will be filing an appearance and that he will be my
Okay.
client.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Idris, and we're going to go down and get Mr. Chapman.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You'll get a prompt to go to room 1. And Mr. Idris, you'll go to room 1. And then Megan, you can go get Mr. Chapman.
Mr. Lee, did you need to speak with anyone else, or are you ready to go on Idris? You're muted.
Thank you. I'm ready to go on Idris. I do need to speak with Mr. Megan.
Okay, why don't I put you in a breakout room with him now, just so we can get it over with.
What
Sounds
about
great.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I do need to speak with, well, I would like to speak with Ms. Johnson if we're pressed for time. I don't know that it's essential, but I would like to.
Judge Flores is taking some time, so I think you've got a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he does need to speak with Mr. McGon, so I'm gonna put him in a breakout room with him now.
Absolutely. Great. Perfect.
There you go, dinner.
Please. Let's get it done. Let's say that. Let's put that. Gentlemen. Bismillah.
Megan, the tablet that Mr. McGon is on mute. He cannot get it unmuted, so he's going to need some assistance there.
Hey, Mr. Lee, do you want to just come back to the courtroom and we'll go with what we have and try to get that figured out?
That's fine. If you would like, I could take 2 minutes and touch base with Ms. Johnson, and that might help smooth some things over as well.
Yeah, I can put you guys in a breakout room.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
What is it? Hey there. What is it? Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me now? John Lee. He said he can't hear me in the breakout.
Kamala,
That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What you want to go to? Let's go ahead and do Johnson. Rochelle Johnson.
Yes, sorry.
We'll do Rochelle Johnson, Your Honor.
Oh. So we're on the record. Ms. Johnson, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-03250 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2888031. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Raquel Johnson.
And ma'am, you are Raquel Johnson, is that correct?
That's correct. Good morning.
And you can hear me, all right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, this was a driving while license suspended, but the Secretary of State seems to indicate that she had a license at this time. I was hoping to hear from Ms. Johnson on whether or not that's accurate with respect to the license. I know Mr. Lee had spoken to her. Maybe Mr. Lee has something to add to that part of it.
She reported to me that she believed that the ticket was written in error. She does not believe that her license was ever suspended, but she does report that she does have a current license.
All right, so
on that part, Your Honor, I'm satisfied, given what I've seen from the Secretary of State, that we can go ahead and dismiss that charge. We're hoping to inquire about the proof of insurance situation with her. Ms. Johnson, with respect to that car that was pulled over, have you gotten insurance on that car yet? Is there a way that you could grab a proof of insurance, just the paper for that?
The paper is in the vehicle. It is now insured. Yes, sir. I don't know if there's any way I can maybe email an ID electronically.
That would be fine. You could email that to Mr. Lee.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Your Honor, if we could just get an adjournment, she can get that to me and I may be able to drop
Okay.
that charge as well.
So on the driving, is that your understanding, Mr. Lee, that the driving while license suspended will be dismissed without prejudice? And that's on the ticket for compliance. It appears that she had a license at the time. Is that a fair statement?
That's what it appears to me.
And that's what the license abstract would indicate. So dismiss without prejudice and then seek a new date on the ticket. Is that?
Yes, sir.
For compliance purposes?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we'll adjourn for compliance on the ticket.
January 6th at 10.
We'll set it for January 6th at 10 o'clock. All right, so the file 2403250 has been dismissed without prejudice by the city, and then we will adjourn 24L28888031 for compliance purposes to January 6th at 10 o'clock. And Ms. Johnson, you'll receive notice of the January 6th date at the Wood Street address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. That's still a good address.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2403250, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Johnson, we'll see you on January 6th. You should be all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lee and Mr. Gehring, what's next?
Looks like we will go ahead and go with Abdurrahman Idris, Your Honor.
Mr. Idris. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403095. $22,01788. $23,030,86. $24,023,23. And 24,029,80. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Abdurrahman Idris.
And sir, you are Abdurrahman Idris, is that correct? And you can hear me all right, Mr. Idris?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on these 5 matters. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lee at this time. He has some misgivings he'd like to talk about.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, yes, I have several concerns in regard to Mr. Idris's situation. Number one, there are 5 files, and I only have discovery on 2 of them. Number 2.
So which 2 do you have discovery on?
I have discovery on 24-02323.
24-02323.
And 24-02980.
980. So the 24 cases you have discovered.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that brings me to my second issue. There's another 2024 case, a trespass case, 24-03095.
All right.
I do not have discovery for that, but we also have not apparently filed an appearance on that. I don't have an open file for that case in our system. So we're going to have to get that file open and get appointed to that case.
Okay.
Further, I have represented Mr. Idris in the past. About 15 months ago, he was found not competent and not restorable. I have serious concerns about whether he's really understanding what's going on because he speaks very little English and his primary language is Sudanese Arabic. So what I would like to do is adjourn this so that we could get an interpreter for him and so that we can get our appearances filed, make sure we have all our discovery to add to the richness of the discussion that I would like to have with him regarding his situation.
And part of that discussion pursuant to would be whether a new forensic packet has to be filed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, and you have problems with that since there's a communication barrier. All right. So let's adjourn for let's adjourn for interpreters and that Sudanese Arabic, is that correct?
Correct.
Sudanese Arabic. Adjourn. So we'll adjourn 2020-22-01788 for a Sudanese Arabic interpreter. We'll adjourn 23-03086 for a Sudanese Arabic interpreter. Those two. We'll adjourn, and those you don't have discovery on, but we're seeking just to communicate at this point. All right. And then on 24-03095, we'll adjourn for a Sudanese interpreter. Arabic. And then on 24-02980, we'll adjourn for Sudanese Arabic interpreter. And on file 24-02323, we'll adjourn for Sudanese Arabic interpreter. And then, so that's open out. And then my fear, October, November, December. So the two files that we should take a look at, that we'll just keep an eye on, because I think they're 30 days on the trespassing.
That sounds right.
Yeah, and so I don't know when that time starts, but there was a bench warrant failed to appear, but in November. And then we're adjourning it December 10th. I would just keep an eye that he does his 30, because he's going to be incarcerated waiting for his interpreter, and he might get his 30 days in on the trespassing.
Yes, sir.
And if he does that, then I think those cases 23-03086 and 24-03095 can be dealt with accordingly. Okay, based on time. I'm just highlighting that because I see a potential issue here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll adjourn those cases, but understand that the two trespassing cases, depending on the time, like he was arraigned on November 17th on one, and we're on December 10th on that one. That's 24-03095. And then I'm not sure he was arraigned, but he had a fail to appear on the 23-03086. But I'll leave that in your hands, Mr. Mr. Lee, when we said it again with the interpreter to see if those are even an issue.
Okay.
You know,
Very well.
he's in on those 3 other files, but the trespassing ones, he may have been a time served kind of thing.
Right.
So what do you want to set it for?
January 6th at 10:30.
January 6th at 10:30. And then at that time, you can figure out if Mr. Idris might be a forensic evaluation on these. Let's start with the communication.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can get this
Right.
resolved and that doesn't become the issue.
Right. So January 6th at 10:30. On file 2201-788. January 6th at 10:30. On 2402-980. And January 6th at 10:30. On 2402-323. So Mr. Idris, we've reset this for January 6th to get an interpreter in Sudanese and Arabic so that we can readdress these files and have some better communication. All right, sir? He probably doesn't. So when we're back here, we'll have somebody to interpret the language for you, all right?
Okay.
I don't know if you understood any of that, but that's part of the reason why we're adjourning is so that he better understands. All right. That's all for the record on those files. Anything else, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Idris, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 1503824. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Amy Cheney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring,
Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring, for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Amy Cheney.
All right, and this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It's my understanding that Ms. Cheney has been in contact with a public defender indicating that this was a conflict today of some sort. And that, Mr. Gehring, how did you want to proceed today?
Your Honor, in light of what Mr. Lee has said, let's just go ahead and adjourn this and get it set up as a courtesy.
All right, I have several failed to appears previously from Ms. Cheney. However, she was in contact with Mr. Lee, and so we will do a courtesy adjournment. Adjournment for she was in contact with under, and we'll adjourn it to January 6th at 9:30. So we'll adjourn it for January 6th at 9:30 out of courtesy. She was in contact with Mr. Lee. Anything else for the record in 1503824, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and then are we going on, so we can go on Chapman now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any, oh, well, we have Blakely, you said was here?
Blakely is downstairs, I believe.
All right, and McGon is
Adjourn.
is still not put on, and Will Hart. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and go on Chapman.
I'm gonna need to speak with Mr. Chapman before.
All right. Yeah, he's right here, so you can talk to him. Have you talked to the probation officer who's behind you? And
No, I got her
Mr. Gehring?
report.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something else she wants to advise me of, that would be great.
Yeah, I've got an arraignment with Mr. Chapman also.
Oh, okay.
That he's to be arraigned on a new this is on the PV is on the 2018 testing positive for cocaine. And then there's a arraignment on a failed to take care of a warrant out of Ypsilanti and a failed report for 2 months. His probation was violated. And I have to arraign him on that one.
What, you arraign him on?
On the probation violation.
Oh, okay. I thought we were
So
doing
we've
a
got
probation violation hearing. So we're just.
So we're both. We're on both. We're here on arraignment on. So you haven't seen that, I don't think. Yeah. So we're here on this arraignment, and then and you can take a look at that, and then he's set for hearing on the Alderson 2018 file, which I can pull out of here. And this is the one that we're set for hearing on, which is out of 2018.
I see. Okay. I thought they were all, okay.
Yeah, so did I. So did I.
Okay. So we're being arraigned on, I'm sorry, we're being arraigned on that.
this one.
And we're having a hearing on this.
Yeah, correct.
Gotcha. Okay, very well. Thank you.
That was my confusion also. That
Gotcha. Okay.
so if you want to talk to Mr. Chapman, and then come get me when you're ready.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Your Honor.
And then if Mr. Chapman has any questions, Ms. Bayless is.
All rise.
Violation of December 14th. It was just for the and 15, the secret warrant is still valid. And then abscond, which was a non-technical. No, they hope for the previous violations from the cocaine violation. So I added those two. Yeah. No problem. It's not cheap.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It can't get any worse than this, so.
That's where we're at.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
we can add, the zero, but recommendation is what it is. My friend.
Okay. Was going to be- I'm gonna actually just run down and grab that file just in case. He decides to-
Smart. All right, thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Still in effect. 14 days report in June. Okay. So I agree. Also having to so first thing we have to figure out is the state process. So, yeah. So if you say that you don't want to commit to it was a false. So,
Are we ready?
They're discussing, but it shouldn't be much longer.
Oh, thank you.
That's what usually, no, I was just, you just sit next to me.
No, I'm okay right here, actually. No, I can see now. I didn't realize I had to do that.
So they use it for their benefit?
I've done a lot of arbitration.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's nicer stuff. I came from no line to the line.
Yeah.
Even stuff at 46 blocks. Yeah. This one reminds me of I used to work in Judge West Fraud is the city judge for a while, but that one's also in like a city. Hospital, so they still like the basement level, still have like the boxes with like the cool boxes. Yeah, has cockroaches, the these farms hooked up to them, so it's the mirrors on this.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of this one.
Yeah.
It was so old, they would the roof was like flat, and they'd always have to seal it. Parts, with buckets on their ass,
Yeah.
catching water. They just want to be happy.
Yeah, you walk around this place and stain ceiling tiles.
All right, that's what we'll say. Remind me again, what was the original charge of the conviction? It's a 90-day sentence. With credit.
John, I got it.
So the full sentence, so. All we can do is tell them to do the same.
Mr. Lee, are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spanish, do you want me to call you if you need it? No, I might need you for that one right after this one. Mr. Lee, are you about ready?
Yeah, we're ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
violations.
All right.
You can be seated. Let's go on, Mr. Chapman. Do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed, Mr. Gearing? We have the arraignment and then we have the PV hearing. Probably, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed?
No preference, Your Honor.
Okay, let's start. Let's go on the hearing first and then we'll go on the probation violation or the new arraignment.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 1706391. That's people of the state of Michigan versus LaShawn Chapman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of LaShawn Chapman.
And sir, you are LaShawn Chapman, is that correct?
That's right.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probation violation hearing in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this point, I think you've got all of the information in front of you. Let's proceed forward with the violation, and I'll let Mr. Lee make whatever defenses we've got to them and go from there in our normal.
All right, so we'll go on the probation violation hearing. Is that a true statement, Mr. Lee?
I think so. Yes.
All right, Mr. Gearing, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we do have the parole officer here, Jody Bayless, and she can go ahead and let you know what's going on in this situation.
All right, so Ms. Bayless, you can come up here. You're the you're the current probation officer for the.
Correct, Your Honor.
Is that correct? All right, please state and spell out your first name and last name for Ms. Holden.
Jody Bayless.
And spell them both.
Oh, sorry. Jodie Bayless, Baylis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, go and have a seat. Project to the back as best you can. Mr. Gearing, when you're ready.
Ms. Bayless, how long have you been a parole officer?
Probation, I believe.
I'm sorry, I say that, I do that P thing every time.
That's
Probation
okay.
officer.
At this point, about 2 years.
Where were you prior to that?
Novi at 52-1.
And how long have you been working on the file involving LaShawn Chapman?
Since the defendant came out of warrant status for this case, so about a month.
Okay. There's a recommendation here of jail highly suggested, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, there's also a note regarding remaining balance. Is there a remaining balance in this case?
I do believe so. The defendant owes $1,308.86.
And to date, that has not been paid.
Correct.
And then I'll have counsel ask questions regarding the testing positive for cocaine on June 29th. Is there anything that indicates that the defendant did not test positive in the file on June 29th, 2018? I believe that's the initial hearing date. Is that correct?
Correct.
For June 29th, 2018. And who was the probation officer at that time, if you know?
Heather Zuhowski.
Okay. And is there anything in some time after that you lost contact with Mr. Chapman? Is that correct? Or at least the probation office did?
That is correct.
All right. So do you have any indication that Mr. Chapman has tested for cocaine since June 29th?
Not
2018.
Not since that date.
All right. Any follow-up questions? And then in regards to the questions asked by the court, Mr. Gehring and then Mr. Lee can cross-examine.
Nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Bayless.
Oh, thank you.
So there was a positive cocaine test on June 29th, 2018.
That is correct.
I know you're not a medical doctor. I'm not trying to make you speculate or anything like that. Have you ever heard in your role and what you see on a day-to-day basis of medications that can cause false cocaine tests?
Not for cocaine.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Lee?
Oh, I'm sorry. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Gehring, any redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the moving party, the city, Mr. Gehring?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Lee, do you have any further questions of this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your appearance. You're all set. All right, the city can call their next witness, or does the city rest?
City rests at this point, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call today?
The defense would call LaShawn Culpepper, Your Honor.
All right, or LaShawn Chapman?
I'm sorry, LaShawn Chapman.
All right, Mr. Chapman, you can come up here. I'm going to have you state and spell your first name and your last name.
Right here.
Yeah, right here is fine.
LaShawn Chapman, LESHAUN CHAPMAN.
All right, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, John.
All right, you can have a seat, sir. You may proceed, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chapman, we are talking about a time period somewhere in the neighborhood of June 2018.
Correct.
Right? Specifically, the test was on June 29th, 2018. Were you experiencing any health problems around that time?
Yes, I was, Your Honor.
And what were those health problems?
Yes, those health problems, I was in the process, I was dealing with a lot of abdominal pain and having trouble with going to the bathroom and actually holding my bowels. And I ended up going into the hospital and getting diagnosed with Crohn's disease prior, maybe like a couple of days, like maybe actually in the process, like right around that time, they were already testing, because it first started off as ulcerative colitis back in May.
And as a result of this diagnosis, were you prescribed medications?
Yes, I was.
Do you know what the names of some of those medications
I
are?
cannot tell you what the name was right off the top of my head right now, what they started me on in the beginning, because it was started off as ulcerative colitis and then it went into full-blown Crohn's within that couple of weeks or months before I got hospitalized.
I understand, thank you. And so, well, here's the question. The test indicates that it was positive for cocaine.
Yes, correct.
Did you use cocaine?
No, I did not use cocaine.
So you don't think that the test is accurate in regard to your use of the drug?
It's a possibility, yes.
So what?
I said, no, it's not a possibility.
It's not a possibility. So the only thing you can think of to attribute it to would be the medications that you were prescribed for your health at around that time.
That's what I think it was, because I really was I was kind of beside myself when I got diagnosed with it. And that's what made me did call Heather when I first found out about it, and when they sat me down and told me that what was happening, like my eyes broke out of my head, because I never messed with the drug before. I'm not a drug user like that either. So
gotcha. Okay.
Alcohol was my drug of choice, and I've been sober now for at least the last 2 years now.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross-examination of Mr. Gehring?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Chapman, you're indicating that you had been diagnosed with Crohn's disease just a couple of days prior to the drug test at Adam?
Ulcerative colitis.
Okay.
Yes. Crohn's came like right along the way, everything happened so fast. It started from ulcerative colitis to being so major that it went to Crohn's, because my body I was dealing with a lot of pain in my body.
When did you start taking the medication?
I started taking the medications. It had to be back in, it had to be like around May.
So it had been
little dosages at first, like Tylenol. That was one.
Okay, hold on, just answer my question.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I thought you'd been diagnosed with this just a couple of days before you went in to take this test on 6/29/18.
Yes, it was in May.
Okay,
Ulcerative
May would be a month earlier.
Well, no, ulcerative colitis was in May, and then Crohn's was in June.
Okay,
Yes,
when did you first start taking medication for those issues?
I started taking those medications. I'll say it was around the beginning of June, late May.
Late May, early June. Did you indicate to your medical providers at that time that you had drug testing as part of your plan?
I wasn't thinking about it at the time.
So they didn't have any idea?
Yeah, because I never had to actually think about when I was doing probation. I didn't think about even the medication even coinciding with what I had going on for for drops or blows.
So you didn't ask any questions about whether or not these meds might interfere with drug
No,
testing?
no, I didn't, because also at the same time, I was kind of embarrassed by asking about that question when I was at the hospital.
Okay, so, and then when you went to do the drug testing at the facility on June 29th of 2018, did you inform them you were taking medication?
I think, from what I recall, I think I did. I really don't remember though.
So-
I could be certain.
Okay, and at any time
But I think
so at no time that you can't recall specifically making them aware of this?
You know, I think I did.
You think you did?
I think I really, I'm aware I did, because I developed a different rapport with different employees up there, and they knew what was going on with me.
Okay, you don't know what medications you were taking at this time?
At this time, I do know what medication I was taking. At that time, I did not know, because they didn't know what was exactly going on.
Today, as you sit here, you don't know what medication
No,
you were
today,
taking?
as I sit here, I do know what medication I take. At the time, I did not know what I was taking, because it was diagnosed as ulcerative colitis at first, and then it went into Crohn's disease after.
So you know exactly what medications you
I'm
were
on
on?
now. I know what I'm on now, yes.
Do you right now know what you were on back then?
No, I do not.
Okay, that's the question I'm trying to make sure. Sorry that we're having a miscommunication.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you don't know what medications you were
No.
taking back then?
No,
So
I do not.
as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether or not any of the medications you were on in June of 2018 could result in a positive cocaine test?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Lee?
Just one question. Have you ever used cocaine in your life?
I've used cocaine, yes, probably way back, yes. But
When was the
not
last time you used cocaine?
college. College, so that
Can you
was
give me
way
a
back in
ballpark
like
of a year?
2009,
2009.
2010.
So before this test, it had been approximately 9 years since your last use with that drug.
Yeah, not my type of drug.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused from the defense?
Yes, he can. Thank you.
Mr. Gary.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You're excused today from the witness stand. Any further witnesses from the defense, Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the defense rest?
That's rest. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
Any rebuttal witnesses, Mr. Gary?
None, Your Honor.
Summation.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the drug test speaks for itself. Mr. Chapman has known since 2018 that he tested positive for this. We have nothing on the record indicating that he ever in any way tried to explain this positive result, ever tried to submit anything indicating that he was on medication that might result in a positive cocaine test. And in fact, as we know, absconded and therefore never provided anything in relation at all to defending himself with respect to that positive test. He's now admitted that he did use cocaine previously. Any assertion that this positive test was due to anything other than cocaine use at this point, to me, is self-serving and speculative. Thank you.
Summation, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chapman has been in an absconding status since approximately 2 weeks after this positive test. So this is really his first opportunity to explain himself in regard to what may have caused this positive test. He has testified here today, honestly, that he has used cocaine in his life, but testifies that the last time he had used that drug was approximately 9 years before this test. He's also testified that he does suffer from and has been diagnosed with Crohn's disease, and that he was at that time just being diagnosed and just being prescribed medications. And that is his best explanation as to how any sort of a positive cocaine test could come up. He has been testing regularly here in the jail and has been clean. And so we ask the court to consider that.
Thank you. So the court, after hearing all the evidence concerning this matter, and this is out of a 2018 tested positive for cocaine at Adam on June 29, 2018. I believe the people have met their burden of proof in this probation violation that the defendant did test positive for cocaine on June 29, 2018. And then 2 weeks after that, we didn't hear from the defendant up until it looks like there was 2024 was the next arraignment. So I find violated. I have 40 days incarceration on this file. So I'm going to unsuccessfully terminate probation on this file. Because probation on this file has not worked. Remaining balance will be referred to collections. On this file. I have 40 days incarcerated that we counted. So I'm going to sentence the defendant for the unsuccessful termination of probation to 70 days in the Ingham County Jail with credit for 40. So probation on this matter is unsuccessfully terminated. Any fees are referred to collections, and the defendant has 70 days in jail with credit for 40 days, which is an extra 30 days in the Ingham County Jail. Anything else on this file, 1706391, concerning the probation violation, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. And then we have an arraignment. I'm going to arraign him on that charge. All right.
My apologies for looking at the wrong one when Jody was up here. I don't know why.
So we have an arraignment on this file, on the same file, but I've just unsuccessfully terminated probation on this file. So Mr. Lee, did you want, since I've terminated probation, I don't think I have to arraign him on this file. Ms. Bayless, it's up to you.
I can dismiss the violation.
Okay, let's do that. So we'll dismiss. So the hearing, he was found guilty. We sent him to 30 more jails, and we'll dismiss the current probation violations, so we won't have to do a new arraignment. All right. So I didn't even think that through, but it all seemed to work better that way. So the current probation violations will be dismissed, and those now I'm going to make them crazy because I'm writing on the file, and they're going to ask me, what exactly did you mean? And I won't remember. So it's December 10th, 2024, and I will, for my memory, these are for the probation violations from December 4th. Is that correct? Okay. Probation violations for December 4th. That's essentially the absconding and the failing to take care of the warrant that's still out there on 14B is still out there for December 4th to be dismissed by probation. All right. So, Mr. Chapman, let me tell you exactly where we are, okay? I've unsuccessfully terminated your probation. Probation doesn't work for everybody, and it certainly hasn't worked for you. You were gone for like 6 years, okay? I've sentenced you to 30 more days, essentially. 70 days, you get credit for 40 days. And then Ms. Bayless has agreed that part of really what they violated you on was the absconding, the failed to reports, and then the warrant that you haven't cleared out. That's 14B District Court in Ypsilanti. You got to clear that up or they're going to come and grab you, okay? And I don't know what your status is on there, but if you've made bond and then you came here, you're not getting any credit for that, okay? But that's where you stand. You're going to do 30 more days in the Ingham County Jail, and then you should be done with this probation.
So I'm not able to bond out at all here.
No, you're going to be in jail for 30 more days, and then depending, Ypsilanti 14-B District Court, you've got to address whatever files are open across the state. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 1706391, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Chapman, you're all set. Good luck.
Like grabbing Blackley,
Blakely.
Here's Chapman. Jody, are you here on Blakely or are you,
I don't know if that's a contested or not.
what's that?
Is that a contested?
I don't have any indication that it is.
Probably not, but I have to talk to him first.
All right, sure. We know where to find you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
And then McGon, I think, is going to be rescheduled.
Yeah.
That's probably the safest. So let's put that on the record and I'll explain. And then we have Wilson and Wilhart.
Shane. Oh, no, we did change.
I have not seen Wilson. Is he incarcerated?
Not that.
Oh, this is this afternoon.
I have not seen Wilson.
All right, so let's go on McGon. Saeed McGon. We're back. We're on the record in 2403000. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Saeed McGon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Saeed McGon.
Right, this is the time set for pretrial. Mr. McGon was here on the tablet, and then they took him off the tablet, but I know he was here, so he's not on bench warrant status. My thought is just to adjourn this as soon as we can, so that, and I know he's got other files going on, so so that's why I'm not issuing a bench warrant. I know where he is. He's incarcerated. We just can't zoom him in here. Mr. Gehring, would you like to make a further record?
At this time, no, Your Honor. I mean, we were having technical issues. If we can just get this set up as soon as possible, we can move forward with this.
All right, Mr. Lee.
I concur, Your Honor. Maybe we can get it on the docket next week or soon.
All right, so let's see how fast we can get this on the docket. I think this is a 1-count defrauding the innkeeper, but I know he's got other counts out. I know there's other files out there. So adjourn.
We can do it next week at 10.
Okay. Adjourn for next is the 17th.
Yes, I'm sorry, the 17th at 10.
December 17th at 10 o'clock.
We'll order them over.
And let's bring him here. And what we're going to try to do is if because I know this is happening, this is kind of a reoccurrence. If they're brought in by the jail or the county, let's call them first just to get them out of the way, or else, or else we don't always have them. And lately, at least with Mr. Idris, and then I think it was Miss Sorelli, we're right in the middle of their lunch. So they're eating lunch while we're doing things. So let's just we'll try to call them as soon as possible.
Sounds good.
All right, so that's Mr. McGon. And then Miss Wilhart. We have 2 on. That was scheduled. So we're on the record in docket 2003737. And then ticket 24L2874402. This is people of the city of Lansing versus Alyssa Wilhart. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Alyssa Wilhart.
And we've had no contact with Miss Wilhart this morning, or you have not had any contact with Miss Wilhart. All right, this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:40. I have not seen Alyssa Wilhart in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and she's not, based on the representations of counsel. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. Mr. Gehring, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, at this point, I guess we're going to have to ask for a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Really thinking she was going to be here. I'm a little disappointed.
So, and so we'll issue with a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. She has no previous fail to appears, one for arraignment, but that was mail then, so I'm not going to depend on the mail for that. But a TFTA bench warrant, bond forfeiture, but we'll issue it with a 48-hour hold. And so we'll hold the warrant to be issued until after 48 hours. Anything else for the record in 20-03737 or 24L2874402, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Is Will Parks. Well, I've got two on Wilson. But it's Wilson's not in jail.
No,
Wilson was in jail
I can keep it anymore.
and then got out. All right. So this is Mr. Blakely. And so did you need some time to talk to your client, Mr. Lee?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll let you talk to him and then just come get me.
Okay.
All
right.
And then Mr. Wilson is an FTA, I think.
You see it?
Well, it does and it doesn't. It does in the sense that any new crime, right? It does not in the sense that these charges are. So we can't come up certain not going to commit to. That's just. So yeah, did that. That would be a violation. And in addition, under the cases they use against you. So what I'm going to do with the two felony charges. Hands can hold that in the hands. Okay. That means that they will just be out there. They're not going to be dealt with because you have to be found guilty on those crimes. This is not the appropriate place for that. That would be a violation. That's okay. We have to do. All we have to do today.
Mr. Lee.
Alcohol times on December 26, 2018. That's all we have to do. Charges. That's what's going on. Yeah, we're not exactly, and that's why we've got. So in regard to this probation, this is all regarding here. This is that thing of 5. So we would say so there are charges. We don't have any. The whole until so he'll do that because that's what he's he's gonna say, okay, well, what about the positive alcohol test? It's gonna hard for us to know that the test wasn't positive.
Just do it.
He said,
Because you're like not good.
we will be in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's 2 minutes. So, let's say, we're not pleading guilty to anything that has anything to do with the felony charges. Are you saying that the positive alcohol test has something to do with the felony charges? I don't see how they're going to let me take a look. We're not, that's what I'm saying is we don't have to do it. That's not part of the program. Positive alcohol test, there's. That's right, absolutely. But now that aside, positive alcohol testing. So what we'll say is, here's a special. Still in your system. From before. Okay, that's fine.
Are we ready?
Very close, very close. So you. So, is your check? This one. Oh, I got it. What do I have to do? Please show me the thing I'm clicking on, please. I got it. My computer just, decides when it wants to show me things and when it doesn't, and when it doesn't, then I just have to sit around and keep clicking on it until it does. Wow. So I got it. I got the report. That's not the issue. Thank you.
I just want to make sure, because I got it up. If you want to just look at it.
So this thing
No. I mean, it is, they are saying it does, but it won't. Because it's nothing that we can comment on or address. Okay, yeah, they're saying that they retested the sample and that the sample was. Yeah, this was a urine sample. This wasn't a hair sample. It's okay. So we'll just say, yeah, we accept the results of the test, but we don't remember what the specific location was. Okay.
Ready?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's just say this. They're accusing you of violating the probation, but they can't prove it because they can't prove that you're guilty in those cases. if they prove guilty in those cases, then they can say you violated your probation. But they can't say that right now because those cases haven't been resolved. You're innocent today. We're not. We are not. Believe me when it comes.
All right.
You can be seated. All right, so we're on the record in docket 1903409. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Lonnie Blakely. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Smith.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Lonnie Blakely.
I called you Mr. Smith.
Oh, it's okay.
I heard that.
Listen. And sir, you are Lonnie Blakely, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a probation violation hearing. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the city would request that the court follow the recommendation from the probation officer.
All right. Mr. Lee, are we having a probation violation hearing, or is the defendant admitting to the probation violations?
Your Honor, my understanding is that there are approximately 4 violations. 1 is a positive alcohol test, 2 is absconding, and 3 and 4 would be pending felony files. In regard to the positive alcohol test and the absconding, my client will plead guilty. In regard to the 2 new felony files, we would ask that the court hold that in abeyance as those cases are.
I only have the 2. This is an Alderson case. I have the probation violation for testing positive for alcohol. And it was confirmed and failing to report out of 2020. That's the last one I have. I don't have any newer ones than that.
And we would agree, and I don't either, Your Honor. We would agree that an innocent until proven guilty on those last 2.
Right. So
That request, I just showed the alcohol, what you, Mr. Gehring, have. I don't show anything for the dog.
all right. So I would think that the felonies are outstanding, but have not been violated on yet.
Okay. She
That I see.
wrote that in
All
on the
right.
cover page, so I do not have an official complaint to
Yeah,
that.
I don't have that on mine. I have the 2. All right. And so the defendant is prepared to plead on violations 10 and number 3 of the probation violation. That's of January 6th, 20th. It was co-signed by Judge Alderson.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. All right. Mr. Blake, may I inquire your client of his rights in the matter?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Blakely, you understand you have the right to a hearing in this matter. You have the right to have Mr. Lee cross-examine and contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing through their probation. It's my understanding it is your wish today to waive those hearing rights and to admit to the 2 violations that were indicated by your probation officer. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be the 2 new files or the files currently. It would be the allegation is a positive test for alcohol and failing to report as of January 2020.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, I don't understand. So
But those are the only allegations right now that I have. Okay. So of course you wouldn't have any hearings on a pending file until you're convicted of something on a pending file. Does that make sense?
no, not really.
A pending file would mean that you violated, but you're not convicted of it. You haven't been convicted of it. I don't know since 2020 what's out there, but I'm only addressing these 2 violations.
So that'd mean my pending file would be I violated probation on the 2.
If they violate you, it might be, yes, but they haven't violated you yet. Or at least I don't have that as a violation.
I don't understand how can I, if I already violated, but
You can violate your probation in many ways. This indicates in 2020, you violated by testing positive for alcohol and failing to report on January 20th in January of 2020. Now, if you have other files, that may violate your probation based on your activity, but I don't know that. I'm only dealing with these two counts. Does that make sense?
No, not really. To me, it don't.
Right. I would deal with things as they happen. I wouldn't look to deal with files that have not been resolved yet.
Right.
Right. So, but my violations, like what we're here for are, the initial violations are for testing positive for alcohol and failing to report.
Right.
Okay. All right. Did I help things or make things worse there, Mr. Lee?
I think he understands that the two pending
Right.
allegations are alcohol and failing to report.
Yeah.
That's all we're here.
All
for.
right. All right.
Yep.
All right. So this is for probation, violating probation as of January 3rd, 2020 was the initial violation of probation. And it's my understanding that in violation one, you tested positive for alcohol at Adam on December 26th, 2019. Do you admit to testing positive for alcohol on that date?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in the second violation, did you fail to report to probation in January of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And then Mr. Gehring, did you want to be heard on allocution or any sentencing?
No, Your Honor, we'll leave that to your discretion.
All right. Mr. Lee, allocution.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Blakely has accepted responsibility for the probation violations. He asked the court to consider credit for time served.
All right. How much, what is the credit? 12 days. All right, so in regards to file 1903409, it's my understanding here that probation's not an answer for everybody. So I'm going to unsuccessfully terminate your probation here. Okay, so it's not just hanging around. Any fees and costs can be referred to collections. So I'm going to unsuccessfully terminate on this file on the 2 counts that you've indicated. And if this file is closed, they can't violate your probation on the file since it's closed. So if you have pending cases, you didn't violate this probation because this probation is going to be closed. All right.
Yeah.
So unsuccessfully terminate probation. Refer any fines and costs to collections. You have 12 days in and we lost track of you. I mean, that's essentially, and we lost track of you from 2019 to 2024. And I can't reward you for losing track. Okay, I mean that's the basic here. So the basis here is to sentence you on this probation violation and to unsuccessfully terminate probation to 42 days in jail, credit for 12. So you'll have an additional 30 days. And then this file will be all cleared up except for the collections issue. And you've got a substantial amount there. You've got over $1,000 for collections. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 1903409? Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Blakely, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Then,
On the record on Wilson.
yeah, that's the FTA.
Yeah.
You had some absconders today,
Yeah.
or at least.
Let's just say
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00521 and 23-02042. That is the City of Lansing versus Christopher Wilson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garing.
Thank you, Judge, Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Christopher Wilson.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. I do have a previous bench warrant, two previous bench warrant on the trespassing case. This was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 12:01. And Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Mr. Wilson?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how would you like to proceed?
We would ask for a bench warrant at this time, Your Honor.
Any comment, Mr. Lee?
No comment, Your Honor.
I'll issue an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture, mostly because we have a prior two bench warrants in the matter. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00521 or 23-02042, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We should be all set this one.
Always make it to total.
All right. Oh, this is for, I think this is on Mr. Chat. That was the. Finally, I'll get some food.
Yeah, pleasure as always.
Right.
This is this afternoon. All right, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Gehring.
Absolutely.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hope today.
No worries. That's, we didn't seem like we had a lot of files, but we had a lot to do.
Yeah, this is one of those reverse days.
Yeah.
We have those days where it's a lot of files, but we seem to
go through them, and then you have days that, yeah.
Everything just was a touch off.
District Court, somebody told me years ago that it's feast or famine.
Yeah.
That's a true statement.
Exactly how today felt.
Indeed.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Have a good day, Wendy.
Thanks, you too. Oh, it's my turn.
They all left us, man.
I know. Speakers.
Right. Oh, boy. Well, I might even try eating some food now. It's been 12 hours since the last time I ate. I can do it.
Fasting.
Well, you know what? I usually don't eat until lunch, and it's something I kind of almost feel like I have to do.
Yeah.
Because I do eat lunch, and then I eat dinner, and then I snack at night. So it's like the next morning I get up, I'm like, you can't. You know what I mean? And I'm usually not hungry, so it works. Yeah.
Well,
That's my program.
I get hangry if I don't eat, so.
Yeah, well, yeah, when you get to that point, I have Nutrigrain bars in the bag for just such an occasion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Get that sugar.
Or, yeah.
I already got a message about it. Probation asking where the files are for this wording. Yep.
See if anybody shows up for anything.
There's always that.
But Mr. Box here for our 2 o'clock. We can admit him and well, let's see who we got. Let's see who we got. Bach and Scott Townsend.
One of them has an interpreter, that
Lore Poor.
yeah, we ordered an interpreter.
Okay.
I think we did that in person, but I wouldn't swear to you on that.